8RJH. Toby, I'm really glad to be back up here in America's North Coast. I left triple digits and down to 60 degrees or so at night, so I slept with the window open. It's quite a luxury. And I may have shared this with you, if not,
I do remember,
down as you drive the highway, they actually have the marquees along the road that give you all kinds of things, from amber alerts to storm warnings and, the flashing lights and all. And there they say,
you know what?
in Texas,
actually, it's
drive
probably,
the speed limit,
it's noise
but don't
I'm
drive the
through
temperature.
headset. You know what
And I thought that was hilarious.
Magnified, stuff like that.
For tonight's trivia question, I'm going to choose A for Alpha, just because.
Time we got here. Okay, we got about 4 minutes and 15 seconds. Anybody else want to test out their equipment or anything before we get the party started? This is KD8SLG. I'm listening.
Kilo Delta 8 Victor Yankee Tango. Kilo Alpha 0 Kilo Delta Whiskey.
Let's see there. Russ, KD8VYT. I heard you there, buddy. Sounded pretty consistent. Everything working for you there?
If you can hear me, I guess it is.
You got a little noise behind you, too. I'm beginning to wonder if it isn't on my side. All right, you're functional there, Russ. I got you on the list. And then I think that was Brad in there. Sorry, Brad. I was not prepared to take a string of call signs here with just me and Lefty. KA0KDW. Was that you out there?
Excuses. Good evening there, Nick. It was me indeed. I'm sitting here entering data into spreadsheets from the last few that I've ran, kind of impromptu and unscheduled, because I just didn't have time to fight with my computer and my magnification software to log on the computer. So I'm entering stuff from about the last, probably 5 nets I've ran. So I'm almost done. I got one more net to do once I finish this one up. But I am here, and I plan to stick around. I did miss the last couple of weeks. Last week I was asleep before this time, and the week before that I was the week before that I took a break because I was at the desk for 40 hours doing severe weather nets.
All right there, Brad. Yeah, I know you do that WeatherNet thing, and yeah, I shouldn't become. I'm not complaining to you about just having my left hand there. That's for sure. Good to have you here, and wherever you got your node and your computer and everything tonight, don't move it, because this is about the lowest level of noise I've ever heard on your signal. If you are at your QTH, which I believe you are. So don't move a muscle. And I got you on the list there, Brad. KA0KDW, KD8SLG. Anybody else out there want to squeak in before we get the party started?
KE82FD, Fred. Medina Hospital. In and out.
KE8QFT, KD8SLG. Fred, why are you at the hospital?
Leah got some problems with her back. Gotta go though. Catch you all later. Have a good night, man. Good night. 7-3 for now.
All right there, Uncle Fred. You take care of your gal there. Thanks for checking in. I got you logged in and out. 88SLG here. We got about 12 seconds before the girl gives the announcement, and then we'll get started.
The BeaconNet, a gathering of hams from around the world, will start on the system in 30 minutes. Come join us.
I am on Echolink right now, and I am receiving a broken transmission and cannot discern the call sign. I do hear something coming through, but it's not very clear. KB8 LSE.
LSE, it looks to me like you're coming in through K8KRG. Sounds like a problem with their Echolink connection, not with W8WKYs. If you want to come in through our direct Echolink, I suggest W8WKY-R. QST, QST, QST. Welcome to the BeaconNet pre-show. Sponsored by the Silvercreek Amateur Radio Association, right here on the W8WKY repeater, 147 Mark 390, positive offset with a PL tone of 114 Mark 8. We meet here every Wednesday and Sunday night at 10 p.m. Eastern. That's 9 o'clock Tulsa time. Early check-ins a half hour beforehand tonight with me. We take this half hour, we line up the early check-ins, get the list going. If you're just in and out, pop your head in and say hi, make your comments, and you can go to bed early. So there. This is a directed net. Asks that all traffic pass through net control, and you only try to check in when asked to do so by the net control operator. Dustin, KD80PC, will take over at the top of the hour, but for now, you got me. This is Kilo Delta 8, Sierra Lima Golf, KD8SLG. My personal is Nick, November India Charlie Kilo, just Nick. As is tradition here on the BeaconNet, let's check in with the BeaconNet crew, make sure everybody's radios are working. KD8EPC, this is KD8SLG. Out there, Dustin.
KD8SLG, this is KD8EPC. I'm here. I think the radio is working, hopefully. If not, we're going to make it work anyway. So we're here and we're ready to go at 10 o'clock. KD8EPC, back to pre-net control.
W8WKY.
All right there, Dustin, it's working fine. Good to hear you, man. We're going to do it again today. Going to clear with KD8EPC. Let's see if Nick's out there. Nick at night. KE8QKO. You out there, Nick?
KD8SLG, KE8QKO. Yes, sir, I'm out here. Standing by for the net to start up.
All right there, Nick. Thanks for not slow rolling me tonight, there, man. I appreciate it. Hopefully, you're getting with the youngling there and practicing soldering for me. You know, if you want to get that full half paycheck there, get him some practice in. Get it clear with KE8QKO, AB8MO. Andy, man, are you out there, Andy?
All right, let's hold on a sec. All right. For whatever reason, I have my VX5R keeps wanting to put in a plus offset, and that doesn't work on my clear node. I think it's working up the bugs. Back to you, Nick, AB8MO. I think I'm here.
AB8MO, Yaesu fanboy here. Go in your menu there, find ARS, automatic repeater shift, and turn it off. Sometimes they revert back to that despite your memory programming. Pro tip from a Yaesu fanboy. Other than that, you sound pretty good. Glad to have you on board there, Andy. Going to clear with AB8MO. Last but not least, KEAQWE, our trivia master for the evening. Heard you over on W8WOO. Oh, that was rough, wasn't it there, Mike?
Kilo Echo 8, Quebec Whiskey Echo. Well, hello there, Nick. You sound great, as always. I'm sure I sound like me. I have a radio. It seems to work. The computer works. I have a trivia question ready. So I'm all set to go. So this is Kilo Echo 8, Quebec Whiskey Echo, 288 SLG.
KEAQWE, KDSLG. Man, I've been in your station. I can't even call that a shack. You can't help but sound good down there, Mike. All right, that rounds out the Beacon Net crew. Everybody's here and ready to rock and roll. That's a good thing. Let's see who I added before we start and open this thing up. I got W3ETB Eddie, KG4SCK Mark, KD8VYT Russ, K80KDW Brad, K5CFY Ray, KE8QFT Uncle Fred in and out. And I added KE8VZA, and I got WA8KOC on the list as well. So, you guys don't need to check in. We'll get back with you in a minute. Let me take a round or two of general check-ins here, and then we'll see who's sticking around and playing tonight. This is KD8SLG. I'm listening.
Okay, let's see here. This is WB8GKV Whiskey Bravo 8 Golf Kilo Victor in the Ohio ad over here.
Kilo Echo 8 Bravo Hotel Quebec KE8DHQ Benjamin. I'll be testing out a new mobile rig on the way home. I'm currently on Echolink.
Whiskey Victor 3 Kilo Phil in Canal Fulton.
All right, guys, let me grab it real quick there for a second. Ed, I got you, WB8GKV, N8XLQ. Lenny, you're in there. Benjamin, KE8BHQ, got you on Echolink. We'll be listening for you, testing out the radio there on the way back. WV3K Phil, I got you in there. Real quick, K5CFY, I'm lighting up the board on the board and breaker hub. Are you hearing us now? K5CFY, are you hearing us on the 49562? Well, I'm going to take that as a negative. Hang on there. Looks like Shannon's lighting up. Hang on. KC5RBG, are you hearing me on the 49562?
Negative.
Well, I'm hearing you from the 49562, so that's a little confusing for me, but we're going to motor on here. It sounds like it might be a problem someplace out there. Nothing I can do about it on this end. With that, let's take some more check-ins here. BeaconNet, pre-check show here on the W8WKY. This is KD8SLG. I'm listening.
Here is KB8LNK. We'll be in and out tonight.
like it's just a dead open carrier. I don't hear anything come across, and the carrier's just holding the repeater open. Not really sure what's going on there, but I think I'm connected directly to WKY, or at least I should be. But yeah, the Claremore repeater just has an open carrier, and probably going to time out here pretty soon. None's coming across it. KC5RBG.
Yeah, Shannon, I was hearing you through your crazy home node 527253. That is not the one that's connected directly to WKY. That one would be 527251. Just Tulsa link there. So you're talking on one node, I'm hearing you, but you're listening on the other one, I believe. Let me see, K5CFY, are you back there, Ray?
KD8SLG, K5CFY. Yeah, the repeater is locked up here in Oklahoma, and I unhooked the node because everything was sounding good, and came in here and it was sounding good, and so I unhooked it, and then it went away, so I came back. But anyway, sounding good on the 48496, but nothing else down here is working.
All right, well, you guys are all lighting up the board on the 49562, so something's definitely amiss out there on the repeater transmit side for you guys, because it looks like the Allstar Node's functioning on site there. I don't know who can help you all with that. Maybe AI5Q can reboot it or something from out there. Looks like he's connected. Maybe he's listening. At any rate, all right, I did pick up KB8LNK there, Ron, in and out. Thank you, Ron. Let's get some more check-ins here, and then I'll start talking to people. Enough of this business. KD8SLG, I'm listening.
KE8WHG, I'll be in and out tonight.
W. Kilo 8, Delta India Yankee, K8 DIY.
November 8th,
all right,
Golf
we
Mike
added a few
Zulu.
more there. K8WHG,
I'll be in and out.
And K8 DIY Gordon out in Michigan. Good to have you guys on board here. Let's work the list I got here and see who's sticking around to play tonight and see who isn't. We'll give, let's see if Eddie can get in here. W3ETB, Eddie, are you out there? Or are you still trying to find a node that works? Okay. Hopefully Eddie finds a way to get in here to us. KG4SCK, Mark's on RF, as it should be. Mark, you sticking around for trivia tonight?
Yes, sir, Nick. I am sticky, KG4SCK.
Well, go wash your hands, Mark. I'm going to clear with KG4SCK. Russ, I believe you're sitting out on the porch. KD8VYT. You sticking around for trivia and the rest of the net tonight, Russ, or are you just saying hi?
I'll be sticking around. I finally got my portable battery box built, and that's what I'm powering my radio with tonight. A J-pole antenna stuck in the front yard, 6 inches off the ground. How am I doing? KD8BYT.
Just a little bacon fry in there with you, Russ, but other than that, you're fully copyable, and I recognize your voice, and that's what's important there, buddy. Thanks for sticking around tonight. Let's give Eddie another chance to get in here. W3ETB, you want to try transmitting?
Yeah, Nick, I'm here. I'm here for you, and I'm here for Dustin. And
No, I just jumped over to the other node there just to see if it was working. I think you mentioned something about you didn't know whether it was working or not. So I did that, and I'm back now on W8 WKY-R, and I'm available and sticking around for a bit.
All right, Eddie. Got you in there sticking around. Going to clear with W3 ETB. Brad said he was sticking around, KA0KDW, but I'm going to say hi anyway. Hi, Brad. How's your work going there, buddy?
Well, I am just about done with my last log. I sit around and listen to the net tonight and decide whether or not to go to bed. I am tired, but we do have a serious thunderstorm watch till 3 a.m., so I might be doing severe weather nets tonight. We'll see how that goes. KA0KDW. And a reminder for you and Dustin, tomorrow night at 8:30 your time on 565-502, I'll be running the Nixa, Missouri Amateur Radio Club net as I have for the entire month of July, or at least the last 3 nets, KA0KDW.
All right there, Brad. Do me a favor and shoot me an email with that Allstar Node number, please, and I'll do my best to get in there with you tomorrow night. I can't write right now. Thanks, Brad. Got you sticking around. KE0KDW. Let's see. Ray, K5CFY. Sorry you guys don't have the Border Breaker Hub linked up. That's going to make for a short night for us. K5CFY. You sticking around for trivia?
KD8SLG, K5CFY. Yes, sir. I'll definitely be hanging around. I got the word out to Jeff, so maybe they'll get it fixed up before too long. But anyway, I'll definitely be hanging around, and we'll see what happens. Back to you there, Mr. Prenet, K5CFY.
K5CFY, thanks for making that contact there, Ray. I'm not even going to say it. All right there, Ray. I'll be listening for you in the morning, too. Going to clear with K5CFY. KE8QFT is at the hospital with Leah, wishing him Godspeed. And let's pick up Eric, KE8VZA. Eric, how you doing tonight? You sticking around for trivia and all?
KD8SLG is KE8VZA. Hi there, Just Nick. Yes, I will be hanging around. And also, thanks for the tip earlier on the Elijah Craig. I'll be checking that out as my maker's mark is almost gone. So KE8VZA, back to you, Just Nick.
KE8VZA, KD8SLG. You will not be disappointed. It comes highly recommended by both the president and vice president of the Silvercreek Amateur Radio Association. Glad to have you on board, Eric. Oh, WA8KOC. This is KD8SLG. Good evening, Fred. Thanks for getting in here again tonight. Are you going to stick around for the really big show, or you just want to say hi to everybody right now?
Hey there, Nick. Good evening to you. Will you please do me a favor and give Dustin my very best? Right now, I'm poking my eyelids open with toothpicks. It's that bad. Long day and a little bit hectic. Went over to Big Shots today, kind of like Top Golf Miniature over here at Firestone Country Club, the Firestone 9 course, and got to do a little bit of exercise and ate some food. Probably not the best food in the world, but tried to make it healthy. And, now we're back home, and I am ready to brush my teeth and go to bed. But at least I don't have to get up and run the net in the morning. Hey, just for the, I can't say that. Just for you-know-what and giggles, I did try to connect to N5XQK via Echolink, and the connection failed, it timed out. So it hopefully can get resolved on their end, and before too much longer goes on, so you guys can enjoy the net with those folks out there. But anyway, thanks for taking my check-in. We will look forward to talking to you soon. Always a pleasure. I hope your arm and your shoulder's feeling a little bit better day by day, and hope you have a good time this evening on the net. 7-3 to you and everybody else in here on the net. KD8SLG, WA8KOC.
WA8KOC, KD8SLG. Well, I know you started dark and early this morning. I was there. So thanks as always for all you do. Fred is a wonderful barometer net NCO on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, dark and early. The ungodly hour of 7 a.m. right here on the W8WKY. And I will be sitting in the big chair dark and early tomorrow morning. So if you're up and about, check in with me then, Fred. I'll be looking forward to hearing from you. All right, let's go out to Wadsworth, say hi to Ed, WB8GKB. Ed, I bet you're on the link. How you doing? Are you going to stick around for the big show tonight?
No, I'm not on the link. I was standing up waiting. I figured I'd make one more with the, I call it the outdoor antenna. And the next one, I'll probably be on the link, depending if I'm over here or usually walk. It depends what radio I'm near. So that's the story. Yeah, we'll be around for the trivia and all that stuff. Just say good evening to the all the listeners there. But yeah, one more time on the outdoor. I've got an amplifier and an outdoor antenna, both not a link, so you can tell the difference. It's the simplex deal. WBHGKV Ohio speaking.
W8WKY. And a word from our sponsor. All right there, Ed, I got you sticking around tonight. You sound great. Going to clear with WB8GKB. Let's go up to the North Coast. N8XLQ. I bet your ears were burning about 2 hours ago there, Lenny.
Hey, good evening there, Vice President Man. N8XLQ. You know, I wouldn't know I was asleep. So, yeah, I don't know. Anyways, good evening and everything, and yeah, I'll be sticking around, I guess, because it's about to start.
Oh, that's awesome, man. You stick around. I'm glad you took a nap so you could stay up with us a little later tonight. We were talking about you on the Nor's Food Group net there with KC3QND. You're on the list now, by the way, Jeannie, and so are you, Joe, KE8QOY. All right, next up we got Benjamin. Let's see if he's trying out his mobile unit here. KE8BHQ. Benjamin, are you still on Echolink, or are you trying out your mobile? Uh-oh. Well, he's not on Echolink and he's not answering. We'll give him a try again in a little bit. WV3K, Phil, KD8SLG. Good evening, Phil. How you doing? You're sounding better. You sound like yourself again. Are you just stopping by to say hi, or are you going to stick around and play trivia with us tonight?
Hey, buddy Nick. It's good to hear you. Your voice sounds wonderful as well. Thank you. I'm going to stick around with you. I have fun listening to the guys, and as long as I feel rested enough, I'll be very happy to be on board. So anyway, good to hear you, and thank you to those on staff that are also facilitating support to bring the Beacon Net to full aperture tonight. I'm really happy that it's operating, and everyone sounds very good, and I'm just pleased to hear everyone enjoying themselves, and that I am doing. And so anyway, I'm going to turn it back over to you, Nick, buddy, and I'm really glad that you sound good. I know you must be still in recovery mode and probably will be for some time, but knowing that, just know that we're all thinking about you and we really care about our buddy Nick. So anyway, KD8SLG, WV3K, and I'll be on the side, buddy. Thank you.
WV3K, KDSLG. All right, Dustin will be giving you a holler here in not too long. Good to have you on board, Phil. Let's check in with Paul, KE8WHG. Good evening, Paul. Are you going to stick around for the really big show tonight? All right there, Paul. If that was you trying to get in, it wasn't working. I just got a couple of squelch breaks there, and that's about it. So we're going to keep moving on. I'll have Dustin give you a holler there during the net. Let's check in with Gordon, K8DIY. I think I got that right. Is that Gordon in Michigan? This is KD8SLG, and that's going to start in about 4 minutes. Are you going to stick around and play trivia with us tonight? Okay, I'm beginning to think I'm talking to myself. Tom, I'm not going to give you a holler because I know you were listening out there on Oklahoma. So let's go out to Joe. Joe, please answer me. KE8QOY, KDSLG. You sticking around for trivia tonight, Joe?
Good evening, Nick. And yes, I fully intend to stick around, and I hope I'm coming through because I'm on 390 because evidently 415 isn't hooked up. So I'm hoping I'm making a clear trip. Back to you, Nick.
I hear you just fine there, Joe. There's a little popcorn with you, but you're fully copyable. Thanks for being here, man. Stick around. Good to have you on board. Let's check in with Miss Jeannie. KC3QND. It's been a couple hours there, Jeannie. How are you doing tonight? And are you sticking around, or are you just stopping by to say hi to all of us?
Well, of course. This is KC3QND. Jeannie here. I am going to stick around for a while because I just figured you missed me, so I thought I'd hang around and torment everybody. So there you have it, KC3QND, especially Lenny, because he didn't show up tonight for the paranormal net. Back to you, Nick.
KC3QND, you leave. He's my pal. We're allowed to take naps. I actually got up from a nap just to talk to you tonight. So there you go. Thanks for being here, Jeannie. I got you sticking around. Let's see. N5GLO. I saw you connected on Echolink there, Bill. I took the liberty of adding you to the list. Or are you going to stick around for trivia tonight?
N5GLO to the net. I plan to stick around. We had a little trouble with my connection there when I first got on. It kept popping on and off. I had to change phones that I used connected, but I'm in there now. And so I'll be hanging around. N5GLO back at you.
You know, Bill, I've heard that from a couple of people that if they're having problems with their Echolink connection, they change their phones and it works. And I'm just wondering if, I don't know, if it's whether you're coming in through a Wi-Fi network or whether you're coming in through a cell phone network, if some of the settings don't change from device to device as opposed to just in the app. I don't use it enough to narrow it down, but that's what I'm kind of thinking about some of the problems may be. So, I don't know, but I'm glad you're on board here, and, buddy, I hope it's cooled down for you a little there as the sun's going down. Thanks for being here, Bill. I got you sticking around. Going to clear with N5GLO. I got one more here I added on the list. Let's see if John, my brother from another mother, W2JLS. Are you out there, John? And are you going to stick around for trivia tonight?
This is W2JLS. Nick, can you hear me? I just want to make sure because I've got my earbuds in.
John, I hear you just fine. They're working. There's a little bit of hum with you, that's all. Have at it.
Excellent. Well, sir, yeah, count me in. I've got some stuff going on in the kitchen. I'm waiting for my son to get home from work. I will keep the Echolink up and running, and I'll migrate to the radio room as soon as I'm able. That hum might be some stuff in the kitchen, and they got the pest abatement people outside going by doing what they do, and that kind of has its own hum. But anyway, been listening in for a few minutes. Thanks for calling me out. See you guys in the air in a little while. W2JLS, back to you, Nick.
Oh, mosquito patrols out there, buzzing around, sounding like a big mosquito. W2JLS, great to have you on board there, John. I haven't heard nearly enough of you on the radio lately. Good to hear you, my friend. All right, it's the top of the hour there. I passed my time. It's definitely more than time for me to hand the mic over here to Dustin. So let's have Dustin light up the nighttime airwaves. Thanks, everybody who checked in with me here on the pre-show. Sorry about all the back office stuff going on we were trying to fix, but I do thank you for your patience. This is KD8SLG, KD8EPC. Take it away, Dustin, please.
W8WKY.
All right, thank you, Nick. Good evening and welcome to the Beacon Net. My name is Dustin. My call sign is KD8EPC, and I'll be net control for the evening. The Beacon Net meets every Sunday and Wednesday at 10 p.m. Eastern Time here on the W8WKY repeater, 147390 with a positive offset and a PL tone of 114.8. Allstar Node 48496 and Echolink W8WKY-R. This is a directed net. All traffic must pass through net control, and all stations are welcome to check in. We'll take multiple rounds of check-ins, so if you don't get in the first time, just stand by and we'll get to you as soon as we can. We're linked in with our friends in Oklahoma that do drop in and various other repeaters throughout the country, so we ask that you key for a couple of seconds before and after you transmit so we hear everything you have to say. Before we start taking check-ins, is there any emergency or priority traffic? Please call now. All right, not hearing any emergency or priority traffic. Stations waiting to check into the Beacon Net that haven't already checked into the pre-show. Please say your call phonetically, followed by alphabetically, and your name and location.
KC8, Fox Queen Victor, good evening, Dustin, good evening, Nick, KSFQV, Mark and Aurora, and we're using the TV switch, KSFQV.
KC5 RBG.
Kilo. Whiskey Bravo 4 Alpha Izzy or Zulu. WB4IC, check in Florida. Oh, wait.
All right, we picked up KC8FQV, KC5RBG, K8MMY, and WB4AIZ. Chuck, I've got you in and out there. Do we have any other check-ins? Please call now.
D8MIU, Wade and Seminole.
All right, we picked up WD8MIU, Warm Weather Wade. Good evening, my friend. We missed you earlier today. All right, right, we've got quite the list of check-ins here, so let's go up to the top here and talk to our trivia master for the evening, KEQWE. Mike, what do you have for us?
Kilo Echo 8, Quebec Whiskey Echo. Well, it is fair time, so I think, well, we're going to have a fair question. What is the largest county fair in the U.S.? A, Wayne County, Ohio Fair. B, Rogers County, Oklahoma Fair. C, Clay County, Iowa Fair. Or D, Los Angeles County, California Fair. Again, what is the largest county fair in the U.S.? A, Wayne County, Ohio Fair. B, Rogers County, Oklahoma Fair. C, Clay County, Iowa Fair. Or D, Los Angeles County, California Fair. Now, if you know the answer, don't go and spoil it for everyone else, which I'm sure that you won't. So, okay, I'm going to go ahead and put this in the blue screen. Kilo Echo 8, Quebec Whiskey Echo, back to K8 EPC.
All right there, Mike. Thanks for the wonderful trivia question. We certainly do appreciate it, and I'm going to have to think about that one for a while. Let's start with W3ETB. Eddie, good to hear you again. How are you?
Yeah, hi, Dustin. Yeah, it's twice in one day, actually. We've been doing that quite a bit here lately. Anyway, actually, everything's big in Oklahoma, so I'm going to say Oklahoma, which is B, I believe. And that kind of goes along with that musical that they had. Wasn't there a musical about Oklahoma State Fair? Something like that? Anyway, I'll go ahead and go with B for Rogers County, Oklahoma Fair. And I'm going to have to make this 73 because somebody had mentioned about eyelids being kind of heavy, so mine are. And I'm going to go ahead and 73. And this is W3ETV. I'll be clear.
All right, Eddie, thanks so much for joining us, my friend. We certainly do appreciate it. We got you down for answer B, and Nick can give you the answer there tomorrow morning. We'll say 73, and we'll move on down to Mark, KG4SCK. Good evening.
Hey, good evening, Dustin. Yeah, I am here to, last night I blew my streak on the trivia question, so I'm here to bat 1,000 and blow the streak on this one. My answer is going to be Wayne County, Ohio, Alpha. And doing well, hope everyone else is. KG4SCK, back to net control.
All right there, Mark. We got you down for answer Alpha, and it's great to hear you out there, my friend. Got a little bit of noise, but I understand that's a large fan or something you got there. So good to hear you out there tonight. We'll say 73, and we'll move on now to KD8VYT. Russ, take it away.
This ain't fair that I gotta be one of the first ones. I tried to cheat, and I don't remember all the answers, but I'm saying San Diego. I don't know if that was one or not, but that's what I'm saying. KD8VYT 73.
All right there, Russ. And hey, before you go, why don't you tell us about the baseball game?
Oh, yeah. You can sign up for the baseball game by going to w8wky.org. And we're going to see the Akron Rubber Ducks on September 2nd at 7:05. I think there are about 26 or 24 tickets left. So sign up for that. Meet us there. It's a month away. Plenty of time to sign up. KD8VYT 73.
All right there, Russ, 73T, and thanks again for organizing that. We're looking forward to being there, and hopefully a lot more of our ham friends will join us. All right, we're going to say 73, and we'll move on down to Brad. KA0KDW, good to hear you, my friend. Take it away.
Good evening there, Dustin, and the rest of the net. Working severe weather nets yet again this evening. Though I don't think I'm going to make it for the duration of this round of severe weather. I'm not been sleeping well the last several nights, maybe 3 to 4 hours a night, and that's not a consistent 3 to 4 hours. That's, you know, an hour here and there, and me waking up every hour or so. I don't sleep well at night anyway, so I think I'll go at least till the end of the net, and then once the net ends, I'll probably go to bed. The area where we have severe weather doesn't have DMR coverage anyway, so I don't think I'm going to miss anything. And my answer, I'm going to go with Iowa. I don't remember what letter it is, but I'm going to go with Iowa. And I will send you a Facebook message and send Nick an email to remind you guys about that net tomorrow night, along with the time and node number. And I will mention there is a weird little caveat with the net right. So when you guys are listening, when I'm running that net, you will hear feedback. Because in order for me to pick up any Allstar stations or DMR stations, I have to be listening to my Allstar node. We've been having some issues with a jammer who likes to not only say random stuff, curse on the air, play music, and he has one of those Balefang radios, and he likes to press the red blue buttons. Funny thing is he's very musical with it, and always plays the Star Wars theme song with it, so there you go. But apparently he's done something with DTMF tones that's kind of jacked up our hub repeater, which connects all 14 repeaters together, and it apparently screwed up the Allstar node too. So when I run that net, I have to listen to Allstar to pick up any of those stations. So there's usually feedback. So just a little caveat there. That is it for me. KA0KDW. Back to net control.
All right there, Brad. Well, great to hear you out there tonight, my friend. We got you down for answer C, and I certainly hope you get some rest, and we'll try to make the net if we can tomorrow evening, and hopefully you'll get the jammer figured out and get your hub fixed up sooner than later. We'll say 73. Have a great evening, and we'll catch you down the log. Let's go over to Tulsa now and talk to Mr. Ray, K5CFY, one of the wonderful net controllers for the Boredom Breaker net. How you doing, Ray?
KD8 EPC in the group. This is K5CFY 3 times today. That's wonderful there, Dustin. Appreciate you getting me in there. My answer is going to be Charlie for Iowa, I think it is. But anyway, thanks for getting me in there. And sound like they need to have a fox hunt up there, Brad. Take care of that guy that's jamming your repeater. A little fox hunt will take care of him pretty quick. Give it back to you there, Dustin. And 73 to you. Good to hear everybody out there tonight. Finally got the problem down here fixed, but anyway, everything looks like it's working good. Back to you, K5CFY.
All right there, Ray. Well, it's great to hear you out there tonight. And, 3 times in one day. How about that? Well, we certainly appreciate everything you do for radio, and we appreciate you guys getting the repeater up and fixed just in time for the net, too. So that's wonderful. I've got you down for answer C there, Ray. And for anybody who doesn't know, the Boredom Breaker net is every day at noon Central Time on Allstar Node 49562 and Echolink N5XQK-R. They run 2 hours, and they welcome rechecks with every new net control. So come and check them out if you can. Ray73, have a great evening, and we'll catch you down the log. Let's go talk to Eric now. K8VZA, how you doing?
KD8 EPC in the group. This is KE8VZA. Doing great, Dustin. Hope you are too. Hope everyone else is doing great out there. It's good to hear everyone. For trivia, before I forget, I'm going to go with C for Cornwaldo bean for Clay City, Iowa. That sounds like a good one to me. Ray was mentioning fox hunts. Nor's had a fox hunt this past Saturday, and I was victorious. I had a little help, but I was victorious in the end. Found the foxes, and I get to hide them next time, so that should be interesting. Sunday, had lunch in Columbus, an impromptu lunch with some family on my mother's side, and got to see 4 cousins and 2 aunts that I hadn't seen in a number of years. It was very nice, and we're making plans to get together more often. That's about all I have for now. Thanks, Dustin, Just Nick, and the crew, and Mike for doing trivia, for running the net tonight. And this is KE8VZA. Back to you, Dustin.
All right there, Eric. Well, thanks so much for joining us, my friend, and sounds like you had a good time there with the family. We got you down for C, Cornwaldo bean there, and we'll say 73 for now, my friend. Have a great evening, and we'll catch you down the log. Let's go over to Ed now, WB8GKV. Take it away.
There you go. I'll see WB8GKV. Now, I am on the link, but it should be okay. I'm hoping. Let's see here. I'm going to pick Charlie, Iowa. I had some time in Iowa. I was very, very small, and over 9 months. And so I lived there in a house furnished because my dad was temporary there. And so I got fond memories of it, even though I was pretty young. And I think of tractors, stuff like that, farm stuff. So we're going to pick Iowa. See, well, it was a town there, but I didn't. Des Moines, where I was. And Des Moines, I think, is a pretty big town. At least I thought it was. Anyway, we got motion pictures, and it shows that Des Moines. It says Des Moines, Iowa theaters. There was movie theaters, and I did see movies back then. Right downtown. So, anyway, say good evening. I hope the repeater's working. But I did turn the thing about maybe 20 or 30 degrees, a little bit further the other, so maybe that might help a slight amount. Not sure. Back to Dustin there. Let me know if I did make it through. WB8GKV.
All right there, Ed. You made it through there just fine, and we got you down for answer C for Iowa. Great to hear you out there, and we'll be seeing you tomorrow afternoon. Let's go over to Lenny now, N8XLQ over in Huron City. How are you? Let's try again there for N8XLQ. Lenny, are you there?
Sorry, buddy, I didn't hear you. Yeah, I'm right here, and let's see, A, B, C, or D. I don't know. I have no idea. So, yeah. There you go. I'm sorry, Dustin. I've got no clue. N8XLQ.
All right there, Lenny. Well, that's okay. You don't have to have a clue. So there you go, my friend. We'll let you pass for tonight. It's great to hear you out there this evening, and we'll talk to you down the log. Let's see. We're going to go down and talk to Ben, KE8BHQ. Are you in the mobile now?
On my
Ben, you were not holding the repeater at all. You were hardly making it in there. We'll try you again here in just a minute if you want to switch over to Echolink, but I'm going to go down to the next station. WV3K, go ahead there, Phil. WV3K, Phil, are you still with us? All right, nothing heard. Let's go down to K8WHG. Paul, how are you?
Good evening, Dustin and the net. Thanks for putting on the net, Dustin. I'm doing okay. I'm going to pick Iowa. That'll be C. And that's about all I got for tonight. I will try and stick around and listen till the end. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep, not knowing the answer. But back to you, Dustin.
All right there, Paul. Well, thanks so much for joining us. We got you down for answer C, and we couldn't do the net without everybody that checks in with us, so we certainly appreciate it. I'm going to go back up here real quick and try Ben again, see if he switched over to Echolink. K8BHQ, are you there?
This is Kilo Echo 8 Bravo Hotel Quebec. Did you just call me?
W8WKY.
That's affirmative. Go ahead.
I didn't hear the answer or the question tonight, so I'm just going to go ahead and say Alpha. Yeah, my mobile didn't really come through too well. It's not really a mobile, it's just my HT with a mobile antenna hooked up outside of the car, so I'm guessing I'm going to have to get an actual mobile rig to make my car a feasible opportunity. This is KE8BHQ, back to net control.
All right there, Ben. Yeah, probably best off getting an actual mobile there, and you'll enjoy it anyway. So we got you down for answer A. We'll say 73, and we'll catch you there down the log. All right, let's go down here and talk to Tom. Let me try WV3K one more time. Phil, are you there?
KD8 EPC Whiskey Victor 3 Kilo. Yeah, I was going to get an extra battery when you gave me a call and Robin told me so. They were calling for you. So I came back down with the battery and I'm back on. So anyway, Dustin, thank you for giving me an opportunity to check back in. And actually, I don't have a real good answer, I don't believe, but gee whiz, Los Angeles, LAX sounds like it would be probably a good choice to make if it means just guessing, because I really don't know. And I would like to think that Wayne in Ohio has the biggest one, but wishful thinking doesn't make things exactly. It does not make it correct. So anyway, I think I'll just say go along with LAX in California. So and then anyway, I would say you're doing really great. Everyone's sounding wonderful. Nick is coming in. Outside of, I think John, he had a little bit of a hum, but he's really very, very excellent audio. And Nick, you're doing really super good too, as well as you, Dustin. So reports on most everyone around has been just solid, and it's making it enjoyable for me. Hopefully everyone is doing well, and that your state of present health is improving. If not, been well in the past few days. And just know that you're being thought of kindly and tenderly with a lot of joyful thoughts. With that, I'm going to turn it back over to you, Dustin, and nice job on carrying on the net. Hope your back is feeling better, pal. I know that's not a good thing to have to work with. But I've been through it and in and out of that. I don't like it either. And fortunately, I'm doing well today for the work that I've had done. With that, turn it back to Net Control. KD8 APC, Whiskey Victor 3 Kilo, and I'll be on the side listening. Everyone have a very blessed day and a wonderful tomorrow. God bless and 73s.
All right there, Phil. Thanks so much for joining us, my friend. We got you down for answer D, and the back is extremely sore tonight and the legs, so it is what it is, but hopefully it'll get better here the next couple of days. It's a day-by-day thing, as you know. So we'll say 73. Have a great evening, and thanks for joining us. I'm going to go try K8DIY. Gordon, are you still with us? All right, nothing heard. He may have been in and out. Let's go talk to Tom, KE5NCP. Good evening.
Good evening, Dustin, and everybody else on the Beacon Net this evening. Yeah, thanks to some of the support guys down here in Oklahoma, we got the repeater back up and working again. We missed most of the pre-net, but anyway, we got her working before we got into the real meat of things today, so that's good. It's them guys deserve a lot of credit. They get this thing working in a short amount of time when we do have problems, so that's quite amazing to me. Anyway, let's see, not much going on today. It did get to 108 at this QTH this afternoon, so highest temperature we've recorded this year. So definitely was a hot one this afternoon. But anyway, for the trivia, I'm going to go with D as in Delta as my answer because it's a county fair, not a state fair, and a lot of these other ones are state fairs. So based on the question, I'm going to go with D as in Delta. And with that, we'll turn it back to you, Dustin, and let you get on with the net. 73 to everybody, KE5NCP.
All right there, Tom. Great to have you with us this evening. We got you down for answer D, and we'll give a shout-out to the technical team there in Oklahoma. Really appreciate them taking action and getting that fixed up in time for the net. So we'll give a shout-out to those guys, and we'll say 73 to you, Tom. Have a great night, and we'll catch you down the log. Let's go catch Joe now, KQOY. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good, Dustin. I'd be coming through a lot clearer since I'm on 015 now instead of 390. For the trivia question, I don't know. I'm going to go with D for Delta. Other than that, not a whole lot going on other than I need to get some antenna work done whenever I can get off my hind end and do it. Okay, back to you.
All right there, Joe. Great to hear you out there tonight. We've got you down for answer D as in Delta. So you have yourself a great evening, and yeah, you're sounding good coming in through 015. We'll say 73 and have a great evening. KC3QND, Miss Jeannie, how are you?
KC3QND, Jeannie here. I'm doing fine, Dustin. I'll say hello to all the wonderful hams out there that checked in tonight. Glad Oklahoma made it through. Always glad to hear them guys. And not a whole lot going on today. We did get some of the yard graded. The grader guy they did our trees, they finally came through and did away with some of our ruts today. So I'm happy there. I won't be breaking my neck while trying to walk across the yard. And but we found some ground bees. Ground bees are really bad this year. I mean, there's nests everywhere in the ground. Unbelievable. So we got a job to get rid of those. We'll have a few nightly fires. We'll burn them babies out. And outside of that, nothing else. Just happy, happy, happy. So with that, KC3QND, back to you, Dustin. You're doing a wonderful job, you and the crew. KC3QND 73.
All right there, Miss Jeannie. It's great to hear you out there. And before you go, we're going to need a trivia answer from you.
I don't have any clue. I'm just going to say, what is it, A. I'm going to just go with Ohio. That sounds like a good choice. You didn't have one from PA, so I have to go with the Ohio one. How's that? 73.
73 there, Miss Jeannie, and I'm going to send you a text in the next day or two. I'm going to be out your way next week, so maybe we can get together. We got you down for answer A. We'll say 73. Give Mr. Wilson a scratch on the ears and tell Pete we said hello. We'll say 73, and that brings me down to Bill, N5GLO. How are you?
It's N5GLO Internet. You just right. I finished eating my fruit that I was eating. Had me some great nectarine. Just finished it. Anyway, having a good evening here. It has actually cooled down a little bit. I think it looks like it's 89 on my porch now instead of 98 or 102 or whatever it was earlier. Anyway, as far as the trivia is concerned, I realize Los Angeles County is about the largest county, at least population-wise, in the country, but I'm not going to vote for them in anything. I would love to say either Ohio or Oklahoma thing because of folks that things I know there. I'm going to go ahead and go with. I'm probably going to go with the Iowa. And as a matter of fact, the gentleman that mentioned the song in Oklahoma, that was about their state fair, and it said they had the best state fair in their state. And 5GLO back to that.
All right there, Bill. Well, I'm glad it cooled down a little bit for you, and we got you down for answer C this evening. So thanks so much for joining us. It's always a pleasure hearing you, and we'll catch you down the log. We'll say 73, and we'll move on down to W2JLS. John, how are you?
Kilo Delta 8, Echo Papa Chewbacca, W2JLS. Hey, buddy, I'm fine. Made it down to the radio room, left the kitchen rather ready to serve, and my son's on his way home, so that's kind of cool. He's off working in the evening here at the country club. He's a dishwasher / sous chef, whatever they're letting him do, pantry chef or something. But let's see. So I heard that question, and I immediately thought Los Angeles, because when I heard that question, I thought of it as a math problem. And then I heard the choices, and then one of them was Los Angeles, which kind of caught me off guard because I didn't expect that as much as I went there, because I don't think of fairs when I think of Los Angeles. But, you know, Iowa, I want it to be Iowa, but I think the population of L.A. County probably exceeds the entire state of Iowa. So that's why I say this is a math problem, and that's why California, particularly L.A., which is a huge population, leapt to mind. So I'm going to go with my first gut instinct and say D on this one, buddy. Anyway, I hope you're well, and look forward to listening to the rest of the net. W2JLS, back to you.
All right there, John. We got you down for answer D, and it's great to hear you out there, my friend, and sounds like you're having a great evening. So thanks so much for joining us. We certainly do appreciate it. We'll say 73, and we'll move on down the list to KC8FQV. Mark, take it away.
All right, KC8FQV. Yeah, I hit the button and I let it go. I have to hold the button, just like a microphone key. So I'm going to say on that, it's going to be Los Angeles, I think, maybe. And we'll see what it is, really. You know. And, yeah, we're using DV Switch now. And I just got off with a group that has a Zoom meeting on Wednesday night out in Puget Sound group. They on Wednesday night they just have a get together on Zoom, and I kept forgetting to get into it because they sent me the email. Well, I finally a couple of weeks ago I took the email and moved that information over into my calendar. So when that time comes for that particular event, it's in the notes in the calendar, and I just click on a web address, and it comes up. And I just got done with them for a little bit. So one guy knew a guy back here. I got him into ham radio, I think it was. W8MV. He's in Akron. So, everything else is going good here. So, we'll send it back to net control. So I'm going to say Los Angeles, KSFQV.
All right there, Mark. We got you down for answer D. Great to hear you out there, and we'll say 73 for now. Let's go talk to Shannon, KC5RBG, my good friend there. How are you?
Hello, Dustin and Nick, KC5RBG. Hopefully this is coming through all right. Should be. I'm actually doing the repeater tonight, coming through the repeater, so hopefully it's sounding all right. Changing it up instead of going through the node there. Hope everyone's having a great day. Mine's been pretty hectic. I won't get into it on the air though, but it's been quite hectic and very depressing. But I did get FaceTime with Kenyon tonight. He cut his finger at home pretty bad. He said it hurt worse than getting bit by the dog. So he said he cried for a couple of hours. But he's feeling much better now and going 900 miles an hour there at home. And I asked him when he was wanting to come back. He said 2 days. I said, okie dokie. I'll be ready for him. Look forward to seeing him again and spend a little bit more time before he starts school on the 16th. So it ought to be a lot of fun when he comes back. I'm definitely looking forward to it. My answer to the trivia question is going to be the great state of Oklahoma. I wouldn't have it any other way. But good to hear everyone on tonight. Quite a few check-ins, and definitely that's a good thing. Nice to have a net grow like it has, and I've been there through all the stages of it, so through the name changes and everything else, and it's wonderful to be a part of that. Great to hear all the my Ohio friends out there, both new and old. And I guess I'll let you go ahead and get on down your busy list there. Great talking to you. It was great talking to you today on the phone even. Hope you had a good dinner there. Sounded like you had some good company and good food. This is Kilo Charlie 5, Real Big Guns, saying God bless, and 73. Back to net control.
All right there, Shannon. Well, it's great to hear you out there tonight, and we've definitely got you down for the great state of Oklahoma, and glad to hear that Kenyon's doing better after getting injured there, and looking forward to talking to you again there soon. Maybe I'll give you a holler after the net, and we can continue our conversation from earlier. So We'll say 73 to you for now. Have a great evening, and we'll catch you there down the log. K8MMY, Chris, how you doing?
Well, howdy there. I am living in the lap of luxury. I am so good that if I was any better, I would be twins, and we would both be as good-looking and charming and melodious voice as you. As much as I would love to go and take a trip on the turnpike and go to Oklahoma to see Roy and Trigger perform, particularly since Roy was a boy from Cincinnati, I am going to have to say that it was actually Los Angeles that has the biggest, and we'll see how it comes out here in the end. So glad to have the rare opportunity to jump in with you guys, and I'll be listening.
All right there, Chris. Well, glad to have you with us, and we got you down for answer D, and we've made the 15-hour journey down to Oklahoma to visit these guys, and it was a great time. So thanks for stopping by. We certainly appreciate it and hope to hear from you again soon. Let's go talk to WD8MIU. Wade, how are you this evening?
W8WKY. I guess I'm doing okay. Still got my cold. And I don't know. Seems like it's going to stick around a while. Been 2 weeks. At any rate, sorry I didn't get into you and Nick's net this afternoon. I actually had a headache, and I laid down, and when I woke up, it was already past your hour. And I had to go do something. I came back, and I tried checking in with Ray, and your size 12 stepped on me. I haven't figured out yet how to get in at the Allstar Node. You know, I try to key up as soon as somebody unkeys. I try to wait till, you know, I don't hear anything. I try to go at the end when it gets slower, but I just haven't figured that combination out yet. So I get walked on a lot. I got walked on here too. I think our buddy Really Big Guns did at that time. Doesn't really matter. Nobody knows, you know, that you're there, so it is what it is. And sorry to hear your back's bothering you, because I definitely know what that feels like. And my back's been bothering me since I got home from Ohio. I think that long 16-hour drive did a number on it, and I've been wearing my brace and using heat and then cold, and you know, just been struggling with that. So not just having a cold, also struggling with my back. So, and I guess stand up sometimes and I feel it wrench, and it brings me right through my knees. So I know exactly what you're going through there. And I'm going to go with D for David. And I think John pretty much had the same thought pattern I did about the math. And so that's why I went with D. And other than that, say hi to Phil here in Canal Fulton and all my friends there in Ohio and Oklahoma, maybe Iowa, and everywhere else. So back over to you, Dustin, WD8MIU, Seminole, Florida.
All right there, Wade. Well, I hope you get to feeling better soon. And, yeah, I go see a spine specialist next week, so we'll see what happens. But herniated disc pushing on the sciatic nerve, it's no fun anywhere. So I got the ice pack and the massage chair going right now. So there you go. We got you down for answer D. Have yourself a hot toddy and settle in for the evening. We'll say 73, and we'll go down to KD2HCE. Chris, take it away.
KD8EPC in the group. KD2HCE. Scrolling back up, I looked at the trivia question. There was no alternate, and I'm going to go with D. Everything's good here. Nothing's blown down recently. Everything's dried out. I'm alone for the evening. She'll be back home later. You still got to come pick up an antenna. You really should go to the place where we go to. You'll feel a whole lot better, and it's a lot closer. But yeah, we went to the thing where Lisa went. She finally went, and
went through the routine that I did to the place I'm going to get fixed up. And she went to the doctor. I feel much better. So you put your hands over your mouth and you go, and yes, the little birdie says, I told you so. And she's like, you're stupid. And then a few minutes later she says, you know, I've been feeling much better with that. And then the little birdie came back and said, yeah, again, the little birdie says, we told you so. And then after that she's like, you're in trouble. I go, and then the little birdie says you'll be sleeping in the shed tonight. So I gave up at that point, but she is feeling much better. So hopefully you'll feel better, and we'll just go back to that KD2HCE. And I'm not in the shed.
All right, KD2HCE, we got you down for answer D. I may check into it, but I've got the appointment already next Thursday, and my insurance covers it, so I'm planning to check it out and see what they've got to say. So we got you down for answer D. We'll say 73 for now, and this is KD8EPC with the Beacon Net. I'm at the bottom of the list, and I'm looking for check-ins. Please call now.
KD8VYT recheck.
N8GMZ.
All right, we have a recheck from KD8VYT, and then we have N8GNV. Can you just come back with that phonetically for me to make sure I've got it right, please?
Sure. It's November 8, Golf, Mike Zulu, or Zanzibar, or Zebra.
All right, thank you so much. Yeah, I thought I may have botched that a little bit, so we'll be right back to you in just a second. I'm going to get to this recheck first before I forget. KD8VYT, go ahead.
Hey, Dustin. I just want to let you know, if you don't want to pay any money or worry about your insurance, I am more than willing to come over and walk on your back. That should straighten it right up. Kilo Delta 8, Victor Yankee Tango.
All right there, Gus. Well, what a generous offer, but I think I'll wait to see a medical professional. So there you go. N8GMZ, go ahead, sir.
Hey, good evening. I'm calling from Spring Lake, Michigan on the Echolink node. I was just popping in and out of repeaters and happened to catch your net and thought I'd stick around and give you a check-in. I don't have anything else really to say except it's 73 degrees here and it's also really late. It's almost 11 p.m. But great net. You all sound great. And I'll turn it back to you, Net. N8GMZ.
All right there, Levi. Well, thanks so much for joining us this evening. We're here every Sunday and Wednesday at 10 p.m. Eastern Time on the W8WKY repeater for the Beacon Net, and that's Allstar Node 48496 and Echolink W8WKY-R. Thanks again for joining us, my friend. We'll wave a hand from Ohio, and we'll say 73 to you, and have a great evening. This is KD8EPC with the Beacon Net. I'm at the bottom of the list and looking for check-ins. Please call now. All right, nothing else heard. Let's go back up to the top. KD8SLG, just Nick. How you doing?
KD8EPC, this is KD8SLG. Good evening, Dustin, and all of the Beacon netizens. Let's start with trivia. My initial thought was Iowa. They're big on their fairs, but my brother from another mother, John there, did convince me otherwise. I've been to swap meets in Southern California, the size of airports. Swap meet is West Coast for flea market, by the way, in case you didn't know. Anyway, let's see. That's about all I got, man. I'm just trudging through here. I do want to invite, I do see a number of Barometer Net regulars in here tonight, and I will be there in the big chair tomorrow morning. Gary's out of town for a while, and I got tomorrow in his stead. So stop on by, and we can talk dark and early in the morning there. That's all I got. KD8 SLG, back to net control.
All right there, Nick. Well, thanks so much for joining us. Thanks for doing the logging and the pre-show. We certainly do appreciate it. We got you down for D, and I'll take D also. Why not? Let's go talk to K8QKO. Nick at night. Good evening.
W8WKY.
K8QKO. Good evening, Dustin. I'll start with trivia then. I'm going to go with Charlie. That's my answer because I vaguely remember hearing something about that. But, yeah, anyway, that's my answer. And, yeah, I don't know if I have a lot else going on. I was just chatting with everybody on Sunday night. But tomorrow I have a dentist appointment. I'll be bright and early 8 a.m., which means I'll probably be on the road and be able to check into the net in the morning. So maybe I'll check in with Nick in the morning while I'm on my way to get my teeth cleaned. That's really all I have going on tonight. Good to hear everybody out here. And that's back to you, Dustin, K8QKO.
All right there, Nick. We got you down for answer C, and I'll also probably be on the Barometer Net because I have an early appointment myself. So we'll say 73 to you for now. Have a great evening, and we'll catch you down the log. AB8MO, Andy, take it away, my friend.
Okay, KD8EPC, this is AB8MO. Alright, don't really have much to say. I'll take C for the trivia question. Back to you there, Nick. This is, or Dustin, I'm sorry. This is AB8MO.
All right there, Andy. Well, great to hear you, and we got you down for answer C. We'll say 73 to you, my friend, and have a great evening. K8QWE, Mike, what comments do you have for us? Give them to us, drop it, and give us the trivia, please.
Kilo Echo 8, Quebec Whiskey Echo. Well, let's see, what have I been doing today? Not really a whole lot. I had to run over to Lodi Lumber and order a couple shutters and get some pins and do some work around the house, some all them odds and ends. I did manage to get in a nap. I wanted to get on the net this afternoon, but stuff came up and it did not happen. So nothing too awful spectacular. And then had a little supper. I got on the Wolverine net, and then I go, ooh, I'm playing Saturday, and the guitar that I was planning on using, the strings were just dead, so I had to get those changed. Boy, I'll tell you, I hate to even imagine how many guitars I have restrung and set up in my lifetime. It would have to be an awful lot. And then I got on the Wayne County net, and here I am. Nothing really to report new. There hasn't been anything good. There hasn't been anything really awful. So overall, good. And Mr. Squatch, you really need to get yourself fixed up. You've been dealing with this back a long time, and Nick, you have to get healed up with your arm. So far I'm somewhat healthy, so that can change at any second, and it probably will. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and get some time. Okay, the question is, what is the largest county fair in the U.S.? Okay, and the options were A, Wayne County, Ohio Fair, B, Rogers County, Oklahoma Fair, C, Clay County, Iowa Fair, Los Angeles County, California Fair. Believe it or not, it's Los Angeles. This is one of the most popular entries in our list. This came from A to Z Animals, which has a list of fairs every year. And this is from June of this year, so this is fairly accurate. This is one of the most popular entries in our list of the largest county fairs. Since its establishment in 1922, the Los Angeles County Fair has been beloved Southern California tradition. The fair is held in Pomoa, Pomona, I believe it is, and has developed into a remarkable occasion that welcomes more than 1 million guests annually. Okay, here's something else too on the fair. Okay, and what I found interesting in researching this, I found that it was the San Diego Fair in 2018, but now the Los Angeles Fair has surpassed it. They have 1.3 million people that attend that fair every year. The Orange County Fair in California has 1 million, and the San Diego Fair has 1 million, and the big Fresno Fair has 600,000. Now, I tell you what, little old Medina County or Wayne County is never going to get that. What surprised me is when you start looking at this state fair, the fair with the most people was Texas, and then Minnesota, and New York, Iowa, and Tulsa. So I thought that was an interesting list. Some of the ones I thought would have been on their work. So with that being said, I'll let everybody go. Kilo Echo 8, Quebec, Whiskey Echo, back to KD8 EBC.
All right, thank you so much for the wonderful trivia answer, Mike. We certainly do appreciate it, and we look forward to your next one. All right, this is KD8EPC with the Beacon Net. We're at the bottom of the list. This is the last call for check-ins. Please call now.
This is KD8YPY, Henry, in Kent, Ohio. I'll be checking in and out. Good night, guys.
This is KB8LJ in North Homestead, Ohio. Also in and out. And Justin, I want to thank you for doing a great job of running the net. It is noticed and appreciated. This is KB8LJ.
KCFQB. Do we have two trivias tonight or just the one, KCFQB?
All right there, we picked up K8YPY Henry in and out. Thanks for joining us, my friend. And KB8LJ Chuck, thank you for stopping in and saying hello, and we certainly appreciate your compliments. We couldn't run the net without everybody that stops in and says hello to us, so thank you for that. We'll say 73 and KC8FQV Mark, we only had one question, and the answer was DLA. So with that, we'll say 73, and this was the last call for the Beacon Net. I'm going to break for time. And on behalf of the Silvercreek Amateur Radio Association, myself, KD8SLG, K8QKO, AB8MO, and K8QWE, I'd like to thank each and every one of you for checking in with us this evening. Come and join us on the next edition of the Beacon Net, Sunday night at 10 p.m. Eastern Time here on the W8WKY repeater. That's Allstar Node 48496 and Echolink W8WKY-R. Also, don't forget to check out the Barometer Net every morning at 7 a.m. except for Sunday, also on the W8WKY repeater. And don't forget to go visit our friends over on the N5XQK Memorial Boredom Breaker Net every day at noon Central Time on Allstar Node 49562. and Echolink N5XQK-R. You've been listening to the Beacon Net. This is KD80PC. I'm returning the repeaters for normal and customary amateur radio use at this time and will be clear. 73, y'all.
Yeah, KSFK. Yeah, you don't got a lot of people checking in. The net controller has a difficult time controlling the net because you don't have no one to control. KCFQV.
KC8FQV, KDSLG. You can have the next net, Mark.
Oh, you want to see how well I can untangle the fur ball that Jim gets in the morning? Yeah, some morning he gets a big fur ball, and other mornings he keeps the fur balls really straightened up. But yeah, good job. Hopefully your arm is and your everything is coming together good. So KSFQV.
W8WKY.
I'll find out Tuesday when they take some more x-rays there, Mark. They'll talk to you in the morning there, buddy. KD8SLG, clear with KC8FQV.
All right, Nick. Yep. Just keep it going, and yeah, it seems like a long time, but as it goes, I mean, well, you know what I'm saying. It's like our calendars. It seems like, oh, we're never going to get there, and then, yep, we're there. Remember that song, Over the River and Through the Woods, the grandmother house for Thanksgiving? And it took so long to go somewhere. But now these days it seems like it goes too fast. Like, we need more time. Well, I'll get you in the morning, Nick, KSFQV.
K0KDW. Not sure if, I think it was KC5FY that mentioned this, the Fox Hunt. We're actually working on Krakens. We're working on deploying 3 Krakens, which, unlike a Fox Hunt, if he just keys up and disappears and doesn't re-key the rest of the day, if he's in between all 3 of them, and he keys up, we will instantly get his GPS coordinates for our jammer down here. So there's that if the Tulsa guys are still listening. KA0KDW, I'll be clear.
ZL2B, is it testing? To drop in. ZL2B, is it also testing on 2 drop in.
W8WKY.
X-ray 5, Foxtrot, Tango Sierra, mobile.
W8WKY.
CQ-K7LSU, timing in Cheyenne, Wyoming. CQ-K7LSU, timing in Cheyenne, Wyoming.
Hey Tommy, KD8SLG. Nick here. How you doing?
W8WKY.
Nick, how you doing tonight, buddy?
Oh, just about to call tonight there. I got an NCO for the drive time net tomorrow morning, dark and early. So, calling it a night there, ma'am. But, had the radio turned down because I was on the phone. I saw it light up and just caught the end of you saying hi. So, howdy.
K7LSU, good to hear from you, my friend. Get some rest tonight and have a safe week, my friend. K7LSU, sitting on the side.
Thanks, man. You as well. We'll talk to you later on. KD8SLG clear.
CQ-K7LSU, sitting on the side for conversation.
K7LSU, X-ray 5, Foxtrot Tango Sierra Mobile.
Didn't quite catch that whole call sign, but come on in, it's K7LSU.
K7, Louisiana State University here. Weather, X-ray
X-ray 5, follow that storm. Whiskey X-ray 5, Foxtrot, Tango Sierra, Brian in Tulsa Mobile.
How you doing tonight, buddy?
I'm hanging there, just got off work, and I'm almost home. Heard you call CQ and wanted to let you know you're being heard out in Oklahoma.
How's that weather out there in Oklahoma? We're in monsoon season for no reason. It's been crazy out here. Tell me what's like out there.
Humidity's been close to about 40% the entire week. The actual temperature has been about 100 to 105, and the feels like it's been between 115 and 125. Over.
Hot diggity, yeah. No, it's been, we've had rain every day, since April, and, my basement's been flooded 3 times already. It's just been psychotic. The weather has been really, unruly lately, and, hope you're doing fine.
Yeah, I'm surviving. I work at the airport here in Tulsa, or one of the 2 airports here in Tulsa. So I just drink lots of water, dump some water over my head from time to time, and call it good. Anyway, as I said, just want to let you know you're being heard in Oklahoma, but I need to get on out of here. I just arrived at the QTH for the night. So I'll say 7-3 and get on out of here. K7, Louisiana State University. This is Whiskey X-ray 5. Follow that storm. 7-3.
Whiskey X-ray 5. You take care of yourself, take care of your friends, take care of your family. Peace and love to you, man. K7 LSU sitting on the side for conversation.
W2 JLS.
Come back with that. This is K7 LSU, Tommy in Cheyenne, Wyoming.
W8WKY.
Tommy in Cheyenne. I remember you mainly because of the LSU and your call sign. We talked, I don't know, could have been a year or two ago. We used to steer our repeater out to Wyoming occasionally, and I'm pretty sure that's where we ran into each other. This is John, W2JLS. Maybe you remember me, sir.
I do, but you were stepped on a little bit. Come back with your call sign. It's K7 LSU.
K7LSU, this is W2JLS, Whiskey 2, Juliet Lima Sierra. And somebody stepped on me, did they? Who was that?
I couldn't quite hear them. They sort of were staticky. How you doing tonight, brother?
Well, if I'm honest, I feel pretty good, and that's a good thing. Feel good. The weather was very agreeable the last 2 or 3 days here in the greater Akron, Ohio area. Have been pleasant. The temperatures dipped down a little bit, and not so much of an affront. You know, the kind of evenings where you could throw the windows open, leave the AC on, of course, maybe a fan, and sleep. You know, like that fresh air feeling coming in. Yeah, kind of like that. And yeah, it's been good at work, and the family and such is good. So, yeah, I'm fine. How are you doing, LSU? Give me the prefix on that call sign, because I got it kind of rough. You know, give it back to me.
Kilo 7, Louisiana State University, the easiest way to pronounce that.
Yeah, the LSU is why I remember you so clearly, because I remember asking you if you had gone to LSU when you first threw that out there, and I'm pretty sure that you told me you hadn't. That was happenstance, if I remember correctly.
Yes, sir, that is correct. That just happens to be the hand I was dealt with. But I kind of like it.
You know, it almost makes you want to get online and see if they have sort of an online degree program. You could just jump right in there and snatch something up. But yeah, it is kind of cool. That's definitely why I remember that you and I spoke, and it probably maybe a year or two ago, a couple of us would steer the repeater, just wander out to different other repeaters elsewhere in radio land and venture in and say hello, and I'm pretty sure that's where you and I met. But yeah, cool. So did you check into the Beacon Net tonight? Is that why you're still hanging out on the repeater?
Actually, no, I just missed it, and I'm just over here having a cigar and a beer before I go to bed. It's been crazy weather here in Wyoming, Cheyenne, Wyoming, specifically. We've been getting rain every day since April, believe it or not, which is unheard of. And tonight, for the third time, my basement's been flooded. So, yeah, haven't been able to do much on the net to talk to you wonderful people, but I got on here now, and hopefully everything is dry and the fans are going on downstairs.
November 8th, Alpha Charlie Papa.
That fellow there is Chris, N8ACP. Hello, Chris. Good to hear you And sorry about all that rain out there in Wyoming. We're approaching the solar maximum, and funny things happen with weather when that happens. I have to look at the history of the state of Wyoming and how that goes for you folks. But yeah, good to run into you again. I'll pass it over to Chris.
Hey, good evening there, John and Tommy. John, I'd be interested to know what the connection is between the solar maximum cycle and rain. I haven't heard that one before, so maybe you can fill me in on the next go around. And Thomas, that's interesting. Lots of rain in Cheyenne. That is unusual. So good evening to both of you. And I'm beat. A long day at work, and just heard the scanner cook off, and heard you guys out there. Thought I'd say hello. Over to Thomas. Do you go by Tom, Tommy, or Thomas? Kilo Echo 7, Louisiana State University, from November 8, automatic Colt pistol, over.
This is KD7 LSU. You can call me Tom, Tommy, Thomas, whatever you want to call me. Just don't call me underwater, please.
W2JLS returning. Yeah, first, Chris, the answer to your question from my perspective goes a little bit like this, and I would say it's almost unusual to think that the rain would be worse as you're approaching solar max in many parts of the planet. I would almost expect just the opposite. That being said, we've been through, this is like the fourth consecutive relative amplitude reduction in solar max that we've lived through, which is rather a first in a long time, maybe the second time since we've been recording these things well. So, the typical philosophy on that goes, the interaction between the Earth's magnetosphere and the solar magnetosphere is one where during a solar max you would expect some shielding from incoming cosmic radiation. Cosmic radiation nucleates water vapor in the Earth's atmosphere, generating clouds, which typically you'd expect that to lead to precipitation. So it's almost counterintuitive to think that the solar max would bring this kind of a weather event, but it does put it's a general increase in energy into the Earth, so that could, maybe that's more the influence. But yeah, like I said, I'm going to pull up the historical record for Cheyenne and take a look at how this goes with the solar cycle through history while I'm sitting here, since I've got the computer handy. W2JLS, back to you, Chris.
Thank you there, John. Well, that's a conundrum, because I think you were trying to cut the butter both ways there. And I think your final statement I would agree with. The more energy that comes into the system, the more interesting things can get. But I mean, precipitation is well inside the ionosphere, and solar radiation. Well, I shouldn't say this, and I won't say it. But solar cycles are measured way above where clouds are formed, and I guess that's why I'm asking the question. Maybe I'm missing something. All right, go ahead, Tommy.
Well, the one thing that I question is well, you just said the ionosphere. But the thing is, the weather patterns that have been here have been unprecedented. right now we are probably getting rain every day for the most part since April, which is unheard of, and it's mostly violent storms. Yes.
Tommy, did your repeater drop, or otherwise maybe you were interfered with there? Yeah, I suspect that potentially, I think maybe his node dropped there. Anyone that's listening, and Chris, I noticed that I just pulled open Echolink on my phone, and I could see that a large handful of the prior group of nodes that were connected to the repeater were gone. There's still a handful wide open, but maybe that one timed out. Not sure how he was coming in there.
Yeah, Roger, John. Well, it dropped right at 2350, so maybe that's when they've got things set to disconnect. Who knows? I'm not looking at the dashboard. And ACP.
Very good. Well, if LSU, if you're still out there and get back, then please do. Otherwise, Chris, back to your question. The big unknown relative to precipitation and the solar cycle. And again, typically the solar cycle, it does have multiple variables that can influence weather. The chiefest maybe among them that might be affecting Wyoming is maybe the total irradiance and energy in. But the thing that more typically generally steers precipitation events and could account for cloud cover is the influence of shielding of cosmic rays. And cosmic rays, you can get some radiation from the sun like this, but I'm talking about cosmic rays coming in extra solar. And the thing that the sun does more generally that prevents cloud formation, can even induce droughts and such, is that when we're in solar max, you've got a pretty good shield up. The variation of incoming solar rays, however, or incoming cosmic rays, it's very unpredictable. So you'll get these weird weather anomalies with precipitation events like major snowstorms and stuff that when you go digging back into them, the only thing unusual is the cosmic rays at that time were measuring very high.
That's very interesting. Well, I understand the concept of the solar bubble, the bubble of solar radiation around the Earth, keeping things out, especially cosmic rays. And I mean, what we mean by cosmic rays are the rays from other than the sun, from the rest of whatever's out there, the universe, essentially. And if that were I'm just trying to connect this to precipitation. If that were the case, then there should be some other experiments that probably have already been done to isolate the sun's effect on the Earth, and then compare that to the cosmic rays. Maybe that's what you're talking about. Over.
Well, not exactly. It's difficult to conduct those kind of experiments. I rely on empirical data that happens because it's a natural system. I can't tell the sun to be at this level or that, and I certainly have no control over at any given instant what the incoming cosmic rays look like. That's where I say that's kind of a very loose variable in trying to interpret weather, because it can be very spurious. And if you happen to be in a solar minimum or in let's say a weak solar cycle period where you don't reach a high amplitude solar maximum, that's when cosmic rays operating at high level can be interacting with the Earth's atmosphere in ways that can elicit a larger response with precipitation events. You follow?
No, to be quite honest with you. What's the quantification, though? And this is really more just to my question. What's the quantification of the solar cycle on precipitation and the data behind that? Hypotheses, I think, would be the right word at this point. What's the quantification of that impact versus something, say, like El Nino? Over.
Yeah, first of all, El Nino is clearly steered by the solar cycle. There's no two ways about that. That is quite clearly indicated. But, to get back to my point about precipitation and the solar cycle, okay, and this does come from an interpretation of raw data over very large periods of time. And when I say very large, I'm talking about as long as we've been recording it. That's the data I had access to. I've modeled this, so I can tell you from those observations what this looks like. And then again, the logic goes like this, and it's typically more in a solar minimum when you can expect to see it. When you're in a solar minimum and the Earth's relationship, the magnetic relationship we have with the sun, is such that you're less shielded from incoming cosmic rays. Those cosmic rays interact to nucleate water vapor in the Earth's atmosphere. That generates changes in global precipitation, which can lead to anomalously profound events. Now, in that we're not at solar max yet, and we're in a period of, like I said before, the last three cycles have been with diminished amplitudes on the maxima. That's perhaps part of it. The fact that this almost never happens in Wyoming, it begs looking at all the data to try to understand how this goes there. How often does this occur? What are the circumstances from the perspective of the solar cycle and measured cosmic rays is what I would have to rely on that, because I can't run an experiment. You need to look at the data to kind of see if it suggests something.
Yeah, but El Nino is a pattern that's associated with bands of warm ocean water that develop in the central and central equatorial Pacific, and I highly question whether that has anything to do with the solar cycle, because we've run into El Nino several times in the past 10 years that I can think of, and that has to do with ocean currents and wind patterns, not solar cycle. I mean, how long was it since solar cycle 24? We're in solar cycle 25. I believe we're a little ahead of the curve at this point, but interested on your thoughts on that. Back to you, John. W2JLS from N8ACP, over.
My models for the current solar cycle, this is probably looking back even 5 years ago, I would have told you that this cycle would be another relatively low but probably slightly higher amplitude than the last, and I would predict it will reach solar maximum probably sometime in 2025, maybe late 2024. It may be one of those where you'll get like a doublet peak, where you'll get an initial solar max, it creeps back down over the course of several months, and then it pops back up. It could be like that. That's not uncommon. and that's also, I think they're pretty, I personally have some pretty fair understanding of why those doublets occur. But yeah, back to El Nino, I think you'll see virtually anything I've studied and modeled mathematically with solar cycles on the table, precipitation, both snowfall and so forth, rain, snowfall, anomalies that happen, extreme events, those things, they definitely factor as a function of the sun and the incoming solar radiation as a function of that. And more generally, things like El Nino, for sure. And if you look at that, I think you'll find there's a cycle. It's not too difficult to see, and I'm pretty sure there's a lot of published literature relative to that.
There's a lot of published literature available to that. There's a huge gap between 1925 and 1940 where there were nothing recorded. I do see the doublets, and that's interesting. And this is coming from many, many different countries. Australian Bureau of Meteorology, Japan Meteorological Agency. This stuff has been going on for thousands of years, apparently. Is what people are saying. I don't know. We don't have data for that in the modern age for sure, but it certainly happened. I just don't. I don't see the occurrence. There's no evidence that I can see right now. I'll give that caveat for El Nino being connected with the solar cycle. That phenomenon that we call El Nino. High air pressure in the western Pacific, low air pressure in the eastern Pacific. They're known to last 4 years, but it happens more often than that. We all know this. I think I've noticed it anyways. I don't know. What am I missing, John? Over.
Well, if I had to guess, you really haven't looked at it very closely. It would be my first guess, but I would suggest looking at raw data, bring the right data to the table, and if you have access to reasonable software and you know how to do modeling, you'll see what I'm talking about pretty clearly. And if you trust scientists, go look at published literature. You'll probably run into people that have articulated more than political, crap, and you'll see kind of some interesting patterns that occur. And this isn't thousands of years. This has been going on as long as we've had a sun. So the fact that we have, you can go back to the 1600s in our culture with some fairer measurements of solar cycle activity. A lot of it was manifest not in solar flux, which you'd like to have, but simple things like sunspots and things. But you could if you pull the data and start looking at things that happen weather-wise, but otherwise in nature, things that people don't think to correlate to the sun, like shark activity and bees and different things. Nature is very much patterned after solar activity from my perspective in looking at a lot of data.
So are you positing that increased solar activity, solar flux indices activity from the sun is increasing Earth's temperatures? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, think of it like this. There are things that change. They oscillate through time. And relative to the sun, a lot of those are going on all the time. And there are different solar oscillations that you could look at that influence the solar cycle. Like when you look at, if you're pulling up like the chart of recorded solar history, the solar cycles, and you look at you'll notice that the amplitude on those things change through time. It's not like it's always the same solar max. But even the period of the solar oscillation is not completely a constant. It's like, maybe it's sometimes we refer to it as an 11-year cycle. Ultimately, it's not precisely 11 years. But there are definitely other oscillations that impact the amplitude, and you'll notice there are patterns in the way the amplitude behaves over time. Those kind of things could have impacts on global climate that can steer temperature as time goes on. You got to think the Earth it's a large body, and things that are happening daily are one thing. Things that are happening on the course of a year, where you've got seasonal effects of how far are you away from the sun, what's the axis of tilt toward the sun. It's summer, it's winter, etc. Those are variations you can experience on a human life, but you wake up in the morning and it's cooler than 3 o'clock in the afternoon, you experience that every day. It's colder in winter than summer, you experience that every year. But things that you don't perceive, other aspects of things that are oscillating outside of maybe people paying attention, unless they know how to look at data and bother to go digging it up. They're going on too, and they take place on much larger periods of time. I'd recommend, if you're not familiar with Milankovitch, look up Militon Milankovitch. You'll find that'll really open up Pandora's box in terms of your thought process on things that oscillate with various frequencies.
Yeah, I thank you, John. I'm familiar with Milankovitch a bit, but that still doesn't direct any degree, really, of causality between, say, the solar flux indices and, we're talking about several different things now: cycles, precipitation. The cycles I would tend to grant, but we're talking specifically about unusual precipitation, for example, tonight in Wyoming. And that would be my question: is where, and what is the scientific data that emphasizes, or that shows that clearly, not just emphasizes or shows, but clearly indicates that the solar flux indices is directly impacting precipitation in Wyoming? Over.
Yeah, fair enough. I would say this about that. When you see extreme weather circumstances on the planet, you can bet there's something going on relative to one of two things, and or interactions with both the sun and or incoming cosmic radiation. I suspect with regard to Wyoming, we could find something out. But like I say, it would be worth looking at get a good weather history of Cheyenne, Wyoming, which I have access to. I could take a look at that, and maybe I could give you a better interpretation of what I think's going on there. Yeah, it could be complicated, but I just about guarantee that there's something going on there.
There might be. We get pretty much all of our solar energy from the sun, almost all, and there could be something going on there. But the solar cycle, I think, I don't know. It's there could be something there. There could be something there. I'm trying to find more data now. I'm not finding it immediately, but there could be something there. But it's interesting because even NOAA has not equated the El Nino phenomenon, which is basically a warm phase oscillation with the band of warm ocean water that again develops in the Pacific. They have not associated that with say a specific solar flux indices that I can find. If you found it, then I would be all ears, but they're not even saying that.
Chris, I'd say go spend some time. You're trying to understand complicated things in the space of minutes. Go spend years and then come talk to me. I'm happy to share my perspective. I don't pretend to know it all, but I do. I have looked at a lot of weather and climate data using math and trying to interpret what's going on. It's not always clear. There are many variables that factor, and you have to be careful. You pull data. Are you looking at daily? Are you looking at monthly average data? Are you looking at annual data? And you could say that relative to the individual weather variables, but also with respect to the solar flux indices as well. Where the measuring stations or things like the cosmic ray source data, there are lots of data streams out there. Some of them are harder to achieve than others, but if you understand how to model mathematically, that's where you'll get your answers. This won't be some guy that you think talking to on the radio trying to convince you of something that you're trying to cobble together in a couple of minutes. It's not the way to get the kind of answer you're looking for.
I do know how to model mathematically. I find your reply a little bit condescending, John, although we're still friends. Because with El Nino, the rainfall develops between September and November generally, is what I'm seeing here from the charts, and that's not directly correlative with solar flux radiation. So that's why I'm asking the questions. And we, neither one of us may have the answers, but they're honest questions. Back to you, John.
Yeah, the only thing I'd respond to with that, and obviously no condescension intended, but it does sound like you haven't looked at a lot of data. No disrespect intended there. It is it's a complicated subject, and it's also a fascinating one. And if you're into math and you've got tools, I'd say go, especially if you've got time on your hands, I would encourage you to go dig into it. You'll see things. I see, and when you say the solar cycle, I understand what you mean when you say that, but when I think of solar cycles, there are many different solar oscillations, some of which have been well described by guys like Milankovitch. But these things will pop out when you start modeling, you'll have coefficients on some of the equations that are popping out in your models. You'll be like, wow, that number keeps recurring. Why is that? It's because it's tying into an oscillation of the sun, and it'll freak you out when you see it. It's actually it's part of how I trust the modeling software, the more sophisticated stuff I was able to get my hands on. I was like blown away that it was picking up on it with math. So I encourage you to dig deeper. Don't mean it as condescending. I've spent more than a couple of minutes thinking about it. I've spent years fiddling with it. It's part of why I pushed up on math to the extent I have. But I don't pretend to have all the answers. But I think you'll see with respect to things like El Nino, you look at those oscillations, they're not constant from year to year. So That's the other part of it. Yeah, you may see cycles annually, but those have amplitudes as well, and that's where the math will catch it.
Yeah, fair enough, John. And it also depends on what oscillation or what factor of oscillation you're measuring. Is it SFI or is it warm water in oceans? Because that's the warm water in oceans is what most folks are measuring. So, and it would be interesting to compare that with solar flux indices and what's going on with the solar cycle. And yeah, I'll take a deeper look into it probably this winter, to be quite honest with you. I don't have any time right now, but it's an interesting conversation. But you have to admit that was a pretty bold hypothesis, which hypotheses are always great, that the sun cycle is impacting precipitation, which it may well be, and it's worth looking into. So appreciate the conversation, John. Back to you.
W2JLS for ID. Chris, yeah, nice chatting with you, and yeah, dig into the data and explore what others have already seen. Keep an open mind, but by the time you're playing with, and if you can get your hands on good quality data and you know how to put things together, I'm sure being the engineer and such, you'll see things and it will freak you out in a good way. It lets you know that it's not as random as all that. I will say the most random part of it that's really difficult to guess how it goes is tied to the like I mentioned multiple times during this chat, the cosmic radiation is not, we can influence the impact of it with our relationship with the sun. That's why I say the solar impact of that is very real. It doesn't happen to affect every point on the planet the same. It'll change the way weather patterns happen. That's why I suspect something funky is going on in Wyoming relative to the timing of things, as I was talking to LSU earlier. But yeah, to get the particulars on that, to give you a fair feedback, I'll have to look at the data relative to Wyoming. I have not made a careful study of that.
QSL, John, and I'll run some data based on solar cycle versus precipitation level, and I'll be interested to see what I find. You never know. You might be right. All right, man. I gotta tuck it in tonight, and it's been a good conversation. You've given me some things to think about. Always good to talk with you. I'm glad to hear that you're doing well. We're well here as well. W2JLS from November 8 Alpha Charlie Papa. I'll go one or two more with you, and then I'll sign. Over.
Yeah, very good, Chris. Yeah, I know for me it's later than usual to be hanging out in the radio room. I haven't been out doing a lot of radio lately. Yeah, and I decided I was taking the morning off to spend some quality time with my son. Then I've got some activities at Case around noon 30, so I'll do a half day at home, so staying up a little bit late tonight doesn't bug me too much. Yeah, good catching up. It's been a hot minute, but yeah, hope things are well for you. I'm assuming that business has got you busy this time of year with fair weather.
Yeah, Roger. Yeah, work is busy, life is busy, everything's busy. Summertime is my busy season, so yeah, no, we're well here, and I picked up a couple more stations and entities on DX on HF when I can get a chance to work it. I didn't have time to work anything tonight, so just kind of flipped the radio on as I was making some chow and heard you guys come in. So, and it was an interesting conversation. So, yeah. Well, I'll take a look at what you talked about and you know, especially the correlation, if there is a direct correlation between the solar cycle and precipitation, because that's interesting. You know, are there major events of precipitation every 11 years? Is there a correlation? I don't know. I'll have to look at it. Anyways, John, all right, I'm going to say 7-3. You're giving me some things to think about, and it's good to hear your voice on the radio. W2JLS 7-3 from November 8 Alpha to Charlie Papa.
Very good, Chris. Have a good night. Get some shut-eye and such. Yeah, and again, if our paths cross, I'm happy to share some of the research I've done. I've got models. I can point at the data that I've used, the variables that I engaged, and I've got some things that have been shared academically but not published formally. I've been welcome to publish and had not a non-academic scientist, but yeah, there's more than just speculation relative to precipitation and the impact the sun and its cycles have on it. I'll just say that. But dig in, buddy. You'll have a good time. I promise you. If you go get the right data and know how to play with it. W2JLS. I'll be clear with you, Chris.
3, John. Good to hear you. November 8 Alpha Charlie Papa clear.
W8WKY. W8WKY. Repeater PL1 14.8.